Hello, hello. Hey, Dracula, how's it going, buddy? Sorry, I was just getting my coffee. How you doing? Mhm. I am also good. Is the screen flicking if I full screen like this? Is it flickering? No? All right. Let me know if it starts. All right. Today's the first day of the next patch development. Using Gnome, yeah. There's some bug where when I stream and I maximize a window, it causes the screen to flicker. And every time I stream, I try something to solve it, and so. But so far, I haven't been able to figure it out. Yeah, I use Gnome. um, you too? Yeah, I used to use what's it called, KDE, but I switched away from it, and I'm way happier on Gnome than I am on KDE. But for some reason, everybody suggests KDE to me. But you know. Yeah, it really doesn't feel very polished. I agree. It seems like there's a lot of things in it though. Like there's a lot of apps you can download to do like weird stuff. Like people have built a lot for it, but Gnome just feels way smoother. The funny part is I feel like I don't really need that much out of a desktop environment. Like I don't really want like widgets and all this complicated stuff. Like I just want to hit this button, type letters and like Emacs and like get something, and then obviously like tiling sides and then or maximizing, full screening, all the basic compositor stuff. Uh, maybe like a few default apps and like a few basic things like stuff up here to see like the time and stuff. Like I really don't want that much. So do 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 do. I'll be right back. I need to blow my nose. All right. Maybe I just downloaded Dash to panel to make Gnome Dash like window bar. I see what you're saying. Ugh. Yeah, Gnome has a pretty good extensions. I use one called Just Perfection, I think, and it lets you like remove things. Like Gnome has way more crap built into it by default, and it just lets you like simplify it. That's really all I want is like a super minimal desktop environment. I want it to do everything that I need it to do and nothing more, pretty much. Obviously, that's a really hard mark, but because everybody has the different level of what they want done. But you know, what can you do? You know, Ghostity or whatever, Ghost TTY, the terminal. Like, I don't understand that as like a I guess, like, I understand there's some complexity to building terminals. I don't see why it's such a big project though. Like, I guess I don't understand why it got so yeah, I did see somewhere they left GitHub to, I guess, GitLab or something else. I don't know. Because of all the AI crap, I think. I know the guy that started it's famous, or not famous, but like he's well known because he was the guy that started HashiCorp, I think. I just don't understand how it got. Is it just because of him? That's why it's so popular? Because like I feel like in a terminal, like I just have like a terminal. Like I guess I don't know what else you could add to a terminal that I would want. Like I just have a terminal and then I have a tmux inside of my terminal, and then it's like that's I just don't understand. Yeah, I just use the default one. I guess I can maybe see it for Windows because there's no good Windows terminal. But Windows is also not really like a terminal. There's you know, like Windows is already like a weird case because it doesn't have like shell. I don't know. Windows released pretty good ones, a new one. Oh, do they? A lot of customizations. That's cool. I just don't know any Windows commands, so other than like dir. All right, what are we doing today? Sorry, I'm just looking through my to-do list. There's some skill rework stuff I need to do, but I think I want to do that with Ghostity strength is libghostity. Yeah, like why? I guess what is, I don't know what libghostity is. Is it just things you can build into the terminal? Implement a terminal in any app. I guess that's kind of cool. What does libghostity do though? It does like the rendering for you, or and like the terminal management and stuff. Or I guess you still have to render it maybe, but I guess it does the whole terminal emulation part for you. So if you're making like an IDE or something and you wanted to put a terminal in it, then you could just, yeah, okay. Kind of said all the YouTubers I watch now only talk AI, more AI, units don't change. Yeah. Yeah, AI is a weird one. Sometimes I use it and I'm like, oh wow, this did like exactly what I wanted. And then sometimes I use it and I'm like, man, this is just like, why? Or I don't know. It's really hard to explain. I think the trouble with AI though is you build something with it and you have no idea what it built. And so like, that's not really that useful for me if I want to go and extend it now. Like if I need to understand how it works, I would rather have just built it myself. Because the AIs just make a lot of bad assumptions. Which makes it hard to, work in between with. I feel like the way to use AI is like build it yourself and then use AI to like find bugs and stuff. Or like harden interfaces or things like that. But a lot of the AI stuff that it recommends is like, it just layers hacks on hacks on hacks. And then eventually like, it's super complicated. Whatever you're building, it just becomes super complicated. But I don't know. AI is one of those weird things where you just don't know how good it's going to get or how bad it's going to end up. I don't think it's good enough to really, like, I think some companies could maybe use LLMs to help developers program faster for sure. But a lot of, there's no way like mission critical companies can use it that well or that effectively. There's just no way for like really big code bases. Because I have code bases that are like 5,000 lines, and I'll use an AI on it, and like it'll duplicate code, and it's like there's like a type that does exactly what you just made a new type for. Like we'll make a new type, and it'll just reverse the words of like you have like a type that's called like skill point, and then it's gonna make a new type called like points for skills or something like that, and duplicate all the functions for it because it doesn't find the other one, and it's like, all right, I don't know what we're doing here. But I mean, who knows? I mean, it is strange. I do worry about the, I was talking to someone recently. I do worry about, I work in Fintech. I don't see the vibe coding anytime soon, or at least for code base. Oh, you don't see them vibe. Yeah. I just cannot imagine, just based off my like limited experience with it on very small code bases. Like I don't use it on Mythfall. Mythfall is 100,000 lines or so. And my expectation is if I used it there, it would be able to like work in one package, but it wouldn't have any context of the rest of stuff. Yeah, handling money for people, there's just no way that they're gonna let you vibe code stuff like that. And so then at that point, like when I worked at big companies, most of the time was spent doing the design work for something. It wasn't like writing the code didn't take very long. It was like proving to everybody else that your code's not going to break the rest of the system, and that it's going to solve the problem, and that it's a good long-term solution. And it's like, that's what you spend all your time doing. And like, AIs can't really do that. It's that part of the job, I feel like. Or to the degree it can do it, it does such a poor job at it that it's like, it's just not even worth trying to do it. Because it's just too like fickle with its opinions on things. And then you push back a little bit and it's like, no, like that's a super great point. But like for brainstorming like algorithms, it's good, I guess. And like it definitely has its uses. I just don't see, it's not like I don't know. Yeah, like right now it just doesn't seem good for big, large scale software design stuff. But who knows, maybe it'll get better. Predicting the future is always hard. But yeah, there's no shot that like banking companies and like financial companies are gonna let you vibe code anytime soon. I'm sure they're like working on ways to integrate it though, but they're going to integrate it in the most safe way possible. I'm sure, just because it's such a high risk area. So then you have like lower tier things, like someone building a little web app to like CRM or something like that, or what's it called? Customer relationship management. Yeah, CRM, like stuff like that. I could totally see people vibe coding one of those and like, okay, oh, you lost like your contact. Sorry. Obviously that sucks, but it's not like a huge thing if like APIs fail or like you get a duplicate entry here and there or whatever. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens, I guess. I'm curious now how big my programming language repo is. Oh, it's because I have a bunch of generated C code somewhere. Let's just look at the Go code base. 40,000 lines. And I wonder if there's a bunch of like legacy code that I got rid of. That's like reasonable size, I'd say. But the thing with compilers though is you can build very isolated units of things. Like in Mythfall, everything's super connected. Everything's very interconnected, I should say. Like the health component could be used by like 100 different systems. But in a compiler, it's like you have your lexer, you have your part, and then it goes into the parser, and then it goes into like the, well, in this case, it does a intermediate representation, and then there's like an evaluator that runs the MIR. So there's like stages to it. So every stage is supposed to be isolated from every other stage. But anyways, it's like the scope of a change is minimized because of that, is what I was trying to say. Okay, what I need to do though is I need to do a bunch of balance testing for stuff, but I don't really want to do that on stream, I think, because it's kind of it's just going to be me playing Mythfall and then making notes and stuff. I'll probably do that while I like vibe code something on the side. However, I mean, I guess we could do this. I have one more quest. These were just quest ideas. I did this one. Simplify introduction quest. I don't know if I did that, but I think I like how it is. I was thinking of making a building quest, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to include it in the first one. I might make this one still. Then we did Crystalmancer 1. Let me just see what else we have here. Oh, there was one thing people mentioned that I kind of forgot to do. Keeping your skill points after you prestige. Game. I just need to check this, get your prestige level. Prestige level is, I don't know why it would ever be negative, but just so I capture everything. If it's less than or equal to 0, then we've not prestiged yet. So then you're going to get skill points based off of this. Otherwise, you'll just get max skill points from honor added directly. I might make this the opposite though. I'm gonna say if prestige level is greater than 0. So if you prestige, you'll get max skill points. Otherwise, you'll just get this. And I think that this is a good pace, but I do need to this is stuff I need to balance test as well. I really had to look in, I had to like plot a bunch of functions and like make a bunch of Excel sheets to try to find what I thought felt like a good pace. I also need to get this value now. How was working in fintech though? Is it like banking, credit cards, or like stock market stuff? One of the three? Or just like billing and booking? It might be in, where is this value though? It might be here. Let me just look at server game. This has persist. Try persist user. Try handle prestige. Prestige tracker. I guess we'd look here. Oh, I can't look this up. Oh, that's actually interesting because I don't know. The client doesn't know how many times they prestiged, or do they? I must have a networked version of this. Oh, I passed prestige info as a new component. I don't know why I did it that way. I really enjoyed it. It was a bank. I really enjoyed it. It was a bank. They were forward looking with tech. At least the CEO I had, at least the first CEO I had. The second one was less enthusiastic about new tech. When it was very good, we had a great team working on core technology. I was working on login security, that kind of interesting stuff. Oh, cool. It's not the actual like financial transaction portion, but still. A bank, nice. Yeah, well, I've never worked in like fintech like that before. It seems like it could be super slow moving, so it's good to see that at least they're a little bit forward looking. What's up, Reinhardt? Yeah, did work for customs also. They're my code directly handled money. Oh, that's cool. Like customs, like for customs taxes and stuff. For what's it called? Tariffs and stuff, or whatever they call those import taxes. The problem is on the server, we don't have, this is just for networking. So if I want this to be tracked by the player, I do need to kind of make it into a component. Let me go back to this prestige tracker. Why don't I just network this? The problem is I think this is persisted. For example, oil tanker sells their cargo in the middle of the ocean to someone. They have to declare it. Paperwork gets done. Money moves. Yeah, that stuff seems super complicated just in terms of the scope of like all of the edge cases of where transactions can go to and from, and like where it happens and like what it was and all of that stuff, and then what the rules currently are. Like that seems like a mess. Not a mess in terms of like that, like the underlying code is hard, just a mess in terms of like all of the different edge case rules that you have to follow. It also makes you think like how much more efficient could our world be if we just didn't have like weird rules like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then it's just like you have this immediate change where it's like, okay, now we need to like change all of these transactions that happened because someone changed the rules like right away. Like recently I saw there used to be this I don't know if you're in the US, but there used to be this law in the US where it was called pattern day trading, and I guess it's going away this year and next month or something like that. And I don't know how long how long notice these companies have had to like change that. But the rule was basically if you didn't have more, it was like basically if you have to have at least $25,000 in your brokerage account to be able to make multiple day trades in the same day, more than like 4 or something a week or something like that. But anyways, and if you went over that limit, then they would lock your account for like 3 months or something. But I guess it's going away. So when I saw that it was going away, all I could think of was like, man, I wonder how much work that's going to cost for these brokerages to like rewrite their system to like change this, you know? Like I wonder how much time they had to do that. So I wonder if they're going to be able to transition like immediately, or it's going to be some like legacy thing that, you know. Also, one thing I accidentally didn't do last patch was the quest item that drops. It's not soulbound, so technically someone else can go do the quest for you. So next patch I'll have to fix that. Yeah, don't tell anybody. Yeah, don't. Maybe I shouldn't have told people. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Rules are very complex. Edge cases upon edge cases, like you said, yeah. But if you have tobacco, we do X, yeah. Yeah, I've looked a little bit into this sort of stuff. And I worked in like something, I wouldn't call it fintech really. It wasn't like a bank or anything like that, but we did have to deal with taxes. And even in my case, which was not dealing with very much, it was already complicated. And it was like a lot of edge cases like that. Now happily retired. Oh, nice. Congrats. How long did that take? Like, was that like a goal you worked for a long time, or? 20 to 46 about? Nice. That's awesome. Thank you, Illusionary Moon, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, what do you do now, though? Do you just like code your own projects and stuff? Or maybe you've told me before. Doing your own game projects? Nice. That's the way to do it, man. I tell you. You have to have some purpose in life. That's what I've noticed. Oh, 100%. Yeah. This last weekend, I was just super lazy and I felt terrible all weekend long. But I just like couldn't get out of a slump of just like laying around and like scrolling through feeds and stuff. And then you get the momentum of doing that and you just like can't stop. And it's terrible. And then you just feel bad. But I do think sometimes it's good to have like a little bit of a reset moment, you know? So that was my reset moment, was this weekend. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna network this. I'm such a freaking like bandwidth Nazi about how much stuff I send. The thing is components that don't change much, it just doesn't matter. Like this changes like so infrequently. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, this is one thing I wish I did better was I kind of coupled my data storage format with my with like my live ECS data. And I wish I just made a format in it. I just made like a translation layer in and out. It's definitely simpler to do it this way, but it's it just makes some changes a little bit harder. So I'm gonna keep this around. I'm just gonna make a live component like Prestige or something like that. I like have this proto Prestige, but I'm gonna make it a proper component. I'm just gonna pull it out. But then I have the storage one and I have, yeah, I just need to be careful. Oh, what's that, Joey? How you been? Maybe I'm thinking of going back to work at some point, but part-time. Things stopping me is AI. I want to see where the software development goes, and I do like it. What library do you use to render graphics? I use OpenGL, and then for the browser, I use WebGL. But I wrote my own rendering library in Go on top of it. Yeah, of course. I don't know if I'd recommend building your own rendering library on top of OpenGL, but unless you're interested in it, you know. I was interested in it until I built it, and then I built it, and then I was like, man, I really don't like writing rendering code that much. But you know, it is what it is. Now it's kind of done, so there's no really big point in moving. I've been good though. You know, still working on Mythfall and stuff. I'm also vibe coding a programming language on the side there, Jomi. I don't know if I told you. It's like my third attempt at this. Should have been on top of web GPU. It could do 3D. Yeah, I mean technically it can do 3D, but it's very tuned to 2D because that's what my game is. Like the more general you make your stuff, the harder it is to use for one specific case. So I kind of started general and then I just like scoped it in really tightly. Yeah, I think there is an example in my project. You can look at my rendering code. It's called Glitch. It's in my my GitHub repo. But there's like a rotating cube example or something like that. So it can render 3D. It's just I don't really use it for that. So there might be a few things that have changed now that make it bad for 3D. There probably is. Yeah, WebAssembly is more popular. Currently making a site fully in Rust, so back in Rust, front in Rust. That's cool. That's cool, except for the word Rust. Just kidding. I wonder how risky it would be. It's probably not that risky if I just take this component, copy it here, make a local one prestige tracker, and then do this. Search something similar to Astro and JS ended up with Axum and Leptos. SQLX is awesome for SQL. I know what Astro is. I haven't heard of Axum or Leptos though. Yeah, WebAssembly is kind of cool. I think there's a little bit of performance overhead going from the WebAssembly world to the JavaScript world, but it's nice to have one data model on both sides and send it over. The thing with Go and WebAssembly is the Go binaries that get generated are very large. So you can't do like a small web app in Go. I don't think ever. Unless there's something called TinyGo you can use for building small binaries in Go, but you know. We're a little model builder for SQLite, and I can generate, create a table, and insert statements for a struct. Axum is a server, left was a front-end framework. Oh, gotcha, yeah. I know a way to test this though. If I make this change. Let me just see where this is used. Yeah, actually, I don't think that this is a big deal. I think this is pretty safe to do. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and do, I'm just gonna make this a special type. Or hold on, let me copy paste this. I really wish, I'll just put it there, I guess. This will break my types at least, so. Called a little library mode light, put it in Codeberg because GitHub is getting slopified. Yeah, is that what Ghosted moved to? I saw that they moved. I didn't see what they moved to though, because I didn't watch the video. I just saw the headline. Maybe you talked about it earlier. Do you use AI in your workflow? I don't really use. I mean, for Mythfall, I don't use it at all. Other than like, I think I used it to like generate some Docker scripts or things like that. And I use it sometimes as like a thesaurus to like name things like items and stuff like that, but not for coding. I just, I think my standards are just too high, and I think I care too much about this project specifically to let AI touch it. But I have a few other projects that I'll vibe code on the side, and I'll use it for that. Very like agentically, like I'll just say like, hey, do this thing, and I'm doing a programming language, and that one I'm completely hands off. I'm just like trying to see like where it gets to, and it's hard because I have like a high level understanding of the architecture that it's built, but then I'll ask for like some change that really feels super simple, or like something that you would expect to work based off of how other stuff works, and like some language feature. Like mine has owned types, kind of like Rust. What's it called? I think it's called linear types. I do linear types. So they have, there's like destructors that can automatically get called, and I have a reference type that can get passed through. But then it's like, so like that stuff works, and like there's a borrow checker that checks to borrows and stuff like that, and it's all working fine. And then it's like, oh, but now let me make a function that like returns a object that's just created, an owned type that just gets created. And like, this is something that you think would work because I can return objects, or I can return data, I can return types, and I can, and I have owned type borrow checking working. But then it's like, but then you combine these two features together, you return an owned type, and like now it doesn't work for some reason. And it's like, that just makes me think that the like low level code that was written is just super, not very well like understanding of the general problem. It's just like super specific. Let me get this one thing working, and once that one thing works, like it's just very case specific what it seems to handle. So like at that point, it's like, it's hard to feel like I should continue working on it when like simple like compositional features just do not work. I don't know if that's so. Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know how good the code is because I haven't reviewed it all. So yeah, I have tried using it also like in line with me. Like I'll have a little buffer here that's got a terminal in it, and I'll like hop over and say like, hey, do this, like write this one function, and like I'll build, like let's say I'm writing like a link, like I'll just be like write a linked list. Then I have this little, I just do Control CG. I use Gemini. So then you have like these little things that pop up and I hit like write a test or finish the function. So I'll write a function like definition and I'll say like, hey, just like implement this function for me. And like that could maybe save me some keystrokes. But I don't know. Let's say your vibe coding. I did a vibe code. I did a vibe code POC for something. What's a POC? Point of proof of concept. Gotcha. And then when it was working, I just rewrote it. Yeah. The other tough thing about vibe coding is that you're not really solving the problem. Like sometimes building something twice is good because you build it once and you realize all your mistakes and you build it again and you understand your mistakes. So you do a way better job. When you vibe code something the first time, I'm not saying this is what you're doing. I'm just from my own experience. Like, I didn't code it the first time. Like if I vibe code something, I didn't code it the first time. So like then my second attempt, if I did rewrite it for something that's like complicated, maybe I have a better understanding of like the high level architecture that I want, but individual feature wise, I'm kind of like still like figuring this stuff out. It's not like I'm knowing how to solve it already. So like prevents you from, to some degree it prevents you from learning, but it is kind of nice for front end stuff that I don't care about. Like maybe a web page that like shows some status thing. Like I'm definitely going to use it for that on Mythfall. I'm going to make like an administrator page and I'm going to use I'm going to vibe code that for sure. I'll just build a backend API and say like, here's the API functions you can call. It's just too hard. Like just doing HTML and CSS is just like, I just don't know it enough to like, I don't care to learn it either. So. I did code up for AI, but kind of gave up, made a hacky version. The problem is the library I had to use had zero documentation. Yeah. The thing that sucks is I was really looking forward to having this language. I'm still going to keep working on it, I think. Once I do playtesting in Mythfall, I'll have to just like play the game a bunch. I'll just vibe on the side. I'll probably just do a bunch then. But like I think it's a good language design, I guess. It's like, it kind of like values all the stuff that I value in a programming language. So I was excited about that. So it's sad to see it like not really come together because I was kind of looking forward to it, but it is what it is. Unit play testing. Yeah. I'm not going to do it on stream, I think, just because it's probably super boring for me to just sit here and play and take notes. So instead I'm fixing the skill point problem right now. So we'll fix some bugs and I might do the next quest, the Crystal Mancer Part 2. So. Yeah, all right, this will be the change. Oops, that's my Steam build. We'll just hold on. Make. There we go. Oh. I guess we just kind of, we know what the moves are gonna have to be. We'll do server comp. Sounds like people like the Resonance Chamber though. I think they're also a cool like introduction to it all. There were examples where they had 10 layers of abstraction there, so I gave up understanding that. Yeah. Abstraction is like the killer of simplicity, I feel like. Okay. Yeah, let's go here and we'll just fix this because we're gonna have to get this from, we're gonna make that the, we're gonna update. Should I just combine these? Yeah, I'm gonna make this is quest query. Oh, because I used to check quests. That's right. I'm just going to combine these. I'm going to make this... what is this? Comp.experience. So we'll do comp. And we'll do comp.prestige tracker. Yeah, 4. Then it's experience. Then it's only one read from the database, or the ECS database, I mean. And then it's also, is my screen flickering, or did that get fixed? Not flickering. Dang. I don't know what happened. Actually, there's one thing I did today that I wonder if it's the cause. I have my stream backs up to a NAS. Like I record as well as stream, but my NAS was not working the last couple weeks and I didn't restart it so I have like the VOD on backup basically. And I wonder if because of that, it broke the stream or something. So I wonder if that was the whole problem. Or maybe I did some package install and it like fixed it or something. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll check prestige tracker.count. This is the number of times they're prestige. And if you have at least one, then, or you have more than 0, I should say, then you just get all your skill points from honor. That way you don't have to re-level your skill points if you prestige. This also opens the door. We can do bonus skill points. You know what? Let me just add that. I'm going to make a new... We'll do 4. You get 4 bonus skill points, 1 per prestige. We'll do total skill. We'll just copy this line. Prestige tracker.count. What is this? Int. We'll just cast that. Okay, there we go. So every prestige level, you'll get 1 extra skill point up to 4. So then I don't know, should I make, I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think I should do you think you should have to re-get your skill points and you just start with 1 extra one? Yeah, I'm going to do 1 extra one up to 4 prestige levels, I think. A lot of builds on theory crafting are always 1 point shy. Yeah. There's probably going to end up with a lot more skill points, skill tree nodes, I mean. I just don't know. Do you think that this is a big enough boost? You get 1 extra skill tree point, then you have to re-get your honor. Yeah, so maybe I remove this change then. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna comment it out though. Okay, so you get the bonus. I don't know if new players would agree with that point, but I definitely see the worth getting that 1 extra. Yeah. Well, it's like there's 3 options, I guess. I can do you don't get a bonus skill point for prestiging. I can do you get a bonus skill point for prestiging, and I can do, I guess there's 4. Then I can do you get a bonus from prestiging, and also you keep your skill points from leveling. Or I do you just keep your skill points from leveling when you prestige. But I think getting a new skill point from prestiging is kind of fun. Like that's a big reason to prestige, I think. I'm just gonna do this. Make like a choice, yeah. 2 altars. I guess we could do something like that. Well, so the prestiging thing, the reason I wanted it, or what it's supposed to be, is it's supposed to be a next level of the dungeon called the Undercourt that hasn't been made yet. All right, Joey, thanks for stopping by, buddy. Yeah, take care. Oh, have a good trip. Be safe. Yeah, I think getting +1 skill point level is good enough. And then I might just have to tweak the pacing for how you get skill points, you know? So, anyways, we'll just do that. Okay. Okay, let's build this now. This needs to be a COD struct because it's going to get networked. Dun, dun, dun. That just generates my serialization and deserialization code for the struct. Sorry, I changed my base package, which makes everything else have to rebuild. Go has fast builds when it caches, but other than that, the builds really aren't that fast, I feel like. Okay, there we go. Yes, and now this is what we pull out of the out of our database. So we have prestige tracker, but this is not the right type. So we can do a I wonder if I think I just make a helper method. I can either treat this like a bundle or something like that that does get inserted to the ECS, but I think that's just too confusing. So I'm just going to say like get component or something like that, I think. Oops. It's always tricky because you can either do this marked, you can either like do the named ones. But then if I add a new field, that's not getting filled out. So that part's nice, but then if I reorder the fields, then I'm kind of screwed on the other side. I'm gonna do it this way though, I think. So in here we'll just do .get component. So So then we'll put the right component into the ECS. Oh, wait a second though. Yeah, we have to pull it out as well. Yeah, so now we have to do the internal one. Or let's go to persist. Prestige tracker. We'll make a new. Return prestige tracker. This is kind of the annoying thing. It's like I really just want to, it's like I have to make it different because I need to serialize it differently maybe. But it's really just the same thing. It's like the same data layout. But I really can't like link the two together. But it is what it is, I guess. I don't know if I like this pattern. This is the first time I've done something like this. So basically do that now. Yeah, then we have the networking side. So this is going to be comp.prestige tracker. Prestige tracker. We need to get rid of prestige info. So I'm just thinking through character info. No, I think just keep it separate. And this is going to be comp.prestige tracker. I don't know if I really like the persist version. I might just keep it the same. I guess there's really not that much. It's just pulling it out. You have to write it or change it and then putting it back and you have to change it. So it's not like that much overhead. Performance-wise, I don't care. It's just complexity-wise. It's a little bit more confusing, I feel like. Yeah, so now this is like my enumeration of components. Now that one's gone, so we have to redo that. This is just the that just teaches it how to teaches the client how to write it. It's just a default sort of component, so it just writes the component. I'm actually confused on why there's two of these. Remote player. I guess, do we care to have... I guess I maybe would show other players what prestige level people are at. There's a prestige info. Comp.prestige tracker. This is certainly used someplace. We'll call it that. Okay, I think that should work. Okay, I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. And yeah, we'll continue working. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Let's do a little code review for this change. I think it was all right though. Like, I don't think there was anything else I needed to do. Okay, so this will be... Yeah, I guess I needed to decide. I needed to decide if I was going to have 2 prestige trackers, one for the persisted version or not. I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. It'll do 4. You get 4 points for prestiging. Yeah, this got moved there. This just generated code. That got changed. This got removed, which is nice. Or didn't get removed. I guess that got moved. And then we have this got updated. Now we get our skill points from honor plus prestige level as well. Stage, character. This is card widget. Oh, this is the character sheet. That's right. Okay. And this is how to read it. And then we've got that. Persisting wise, we have a new version of the prestige tracker, which gets used. Stage that. And then we've got this. And then we have that. And we changed these, but it's the same data layout, so nothing really changed there. And then this writes it back. Okay. This fixed 2 bugs actually. This made because there's one bug that I fixed, but I forgot to change it. It was in the quest item. Make resonance orb soulbound, and then make prestige tracker. Make prestige ring give +1 skill point. There's also a few cleanup, like a few good feedbacks from the feedback thread. I guess I could work on those. It's definitely stuff that needs to happen, like the timer idea. That was a pretty good idea. Let me just flip through really quickly. Sun patch notes, did you remember honey rip here? Oh, did I? I usually fix that stuff when people mention it, the small things. Let's go to items, item sword, honey fang. Yeah, this drops from bees. The Stonehawk is like a deprecated item. Okay, then Vegas Eagle says, or I mean, you guys can read it, I guess. I think there should be an option in the future to be able to buy skill points for honor. Instead of getting 192 honor, you just buy it with the honor you've gotten. Maybe 2 to 1. That's actually a cool idea. Resident chambers are super dark. This is a good idea. It does kind of go against the change I just made though. Where you get it for prestiging. I think there's other honor syncs that I'll have, but maybe, I mean, it's something I can definitely do for sure. Yeah, don't get hit. That's smart. What was this question? Oh yeah, I read that one. And that we fixed. And then this is a tooltip. Yeah, so we need to gain skill points by... Let me go to my to-do list. Hold on. Um, and then prestige info box. I need to update the prestiging info box. I need to update skill tree tooltip for how you get skill points. And then I think there's one more. Oh, the timer. Timer warning for resonance chambers. Quest needs a bit more explaining on how to get there, how to find them. Otherwise, I think the quests are a big W. As you said, for now, probably needs some adjusting. Yeah, I think it's a way. It's like a more traditional way of getting skill points is to get them by XP. Yeah, we could definitely do 2 timer bars, fill, and then did I put this down already? Timer, yeah. And a warning too. I'm gonna make like a boss health bar probably. The problem is I don't have a, what's it called? I don't think I have any networked data. But I could add something pretty easily because I do it for like the sphere. I do like the sphere phase and stuff. I could just send something over like that. This one got added. This one I didn't do. What was this? Timer quest also. XP only if the, okay. Oh, this is like he's accepting his fate at this point, kind of. Okay. Oh, deleted it. This was me saying I should drink less. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lucithin. Emulsifier for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Oh, because you just got back from that restaurant, I guess. That's right. That's all coming together now. It's hard when I see stuff like that though, or like people edit what they said. I mean, it's totally fine. It's just I see like an edit and I don't know what the other ones, what it used to say. Okay, we have our task list now. So this will be the first batch of like small cleanups from the last patch. And then I think the next patch is just going to be, I'm going to have to play test a bunch. I'm going to try to add skills and balance features and yeah. Or do I do the Crystalmancer quest first? I think I'll just play without the skill tree, understanding that I'm eventually going to add this quest line. Because I want to like time myself and like see how long it takes to get certain sections and stuff like that. Also, I did add music for this, I'm pretty sure. So let me create a patch notes. v0.10.0.md. I never know how to word these things, like corrected, resonance, orb, quest item, so that it is soulbound. I'm just gonna say made. Oh, there's also, I mean, there's so many little things like, I think there's a bug where quest reward items don't go into backpack space. You must have. That's something I just need to code. There's too many item container objects in this game. There's like backpacks, chests, banks. Also, I have been leaning towards getting rid of item chests, except for like a few special ones, like maybe one for pets. And then I don't exactly know how I'm gonna tie it together, but I think it just is easier to have one big chest with everything, like a magical bank chest or something. So I don't know. Like just in terms, like I understand you lose a little bit of like strategic gameplay, I think, by not doing it that way. Like it's kind of, not that it's fun, but you have to think a little bit of like, where do I put my chest? If I'm like, how do I lay out my house to like craft stuff easily? So there's some gameplay there. I just think it's too annoying. Especially when it's like, oh, I need to move this chest and I have like 100 swords in it. So then now you have to like move 100 swords to some other place, move your chest, and it's just kind of I don't know. I just think it's not great gameplay. Or it's not that it's not good gameplay, it's just that it's not what the game's about. So, but I haven't exactly figured out exactly what I'm gonna do, so I'm kind of leaving it right now. I do like the pet chest though, the pet yard or whatever. I think stuff like that's fun. So I want to make chests like that, but I don't want to make chests like the primary storage or something like that. So. Okay, we did this. Yeah, you get a escape. You now gain a skill point for every time your character has prestiged max 4. And then to complete that part, we need to do these two. Okay. Skill tree. Cool tip. Gain skill points. It would be nice to say like, gain your next skill point at XXX honor or something, but I don't really want to worry about calculating that right now. I just don't want to get sidetracked. So we'll just say, that's good enough. And then we have, I guess it's this. Yeah, okay. You'll lose all your skill points and purchase skills. Your character's honor will be removed to your account. Also, one thing I was thinking of doing was just unifying honor. So once you get it on your character, it immediately goes to your account. But I don't know. You'll keep your items, you'll keep your stats, you gain. Your account will gain honor that you can spend. I'm gonna make another one. Transferred. Your account will gain honor that you can spend. You will gain +1 skill point. Max 4. And then 2. Your account. Should I remove the 10% boost? I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, let me run this and we'll just see what it looks like. While it's building, I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Let's read this. Okay, this looks fine. 1, 2, 3. I might make prestiging cost more honor now, though. Because it's like something you do when you get to the max skill point. So I wonder if I make it requirement unmet. Oh, let's see this. I'm gonna make it 100. Sorry, guys. Do. Because you get a skill point out of it, so. I think that's a pretty big boost. I wonder if I should make it more expensive every prestige. I guess originally how I thought about prestiging was it was like once you defeat him, then you can prestige. Oh, but then people can't enter the dungeon. I don't think I can do 100. The problem is it's super easy to get 10 honor. But if this becomes a dungeon, then I'm just trying to think. I need to like connect the loop here. It's now prestiging is 2 things. Now it gets you a bonus skill point. It also, and eventually it'll get you into the dungeon. So then it's kind of a, like you have to get 100 honor or it's not worth it to do Alavarg. I'm just gonna make it 10. I'm gonna make it back to 10. Well, it's kind of nice to do Alavarg since those items. Yeah, but it's like, I just feel like it's too restrictive when it becomes a dungeon. Like what I'm probably gonna have to do is make it so the prestiging, like you might have to defeat the undercourt or something like that to get a prestige point. I might make it that way. So I'm just gonna keep it at 10. I mean, no, I'm gonna make it 100 and then I'm gonna make it 100. And then when I add this to, wait, where did I change that? I guess it's in here. Also, what if someone miss skills and has to wait 100 honor? That is true. Yeah, like I'm using it for 2 different things. I'm using it, one thing gives you a skill point, and then one thing gives you a like that's the tricky part. It's like they're two different concepts that are like kind of getting intermingled right now. One of them is like people need to do something hard to get a bonus skill point, and 10 honor is not hard enough. And then people need to do recreate their character skill tree, and to 100 honor to do that is too much. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at 10, I guess. We'll just leave it at 10. Let me build just to make sure there's nothing missing from the build. Extra point maybe from a combined alchemy item from Alavarg plus Resonance Chamber. Maybe like a Resonance Orb. But if you want to do it with Prestige, then never mind then. I mean, it's not that I can't have multiple different ways of getting skill points. I think the core skill points are going to come from... Actually, now that I think about it, I think there just needs to be an easier way to respec your character. like at will, kind of. Alavark sweat with a resonance orb. Yum. Sounds tasty. Okay, so we'll do add better tooltip text. Let's do the timer. This will have to be a new networked component, so it's a little bit of a path, but I guess it's a monster that technically gets spawned, isn't it? Boss. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the I guess I think I can loosely time it and it'll be pretty close. I just need to have a I either attach it to the monster and just make it a networked thing. That's probably what I do, right? Dun, 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 dun. Ugh. This is the body, so we don't want that. The thing is that the player doesn't enter at the 0 entry time, so they don't have the timer. So that means I need to network the timer. So I need to create a component just for this. We'll go to I guess this will be a comp. Comp dot go. And we'll call this like type this will be a type resonance chamber timer. I think I just do current Sorry, I'm just trying to think of, do I do 2 timers? Do I do 2 separate timers, or do I do 1 timer and like a state change? Because I like the idea of it counting up and then going down. So I'm gonna do 1 timer, and then I'm gonna do a state change, I think. Yeah. mode. We'll do cod. What is it? Cast. Let me just copy this line. Mode. This will be const. Okay. So I'm just thinking here of I am thinking about how this works practically. On the server, we need a system that runs this. And on the client, we need a system that displays it. And then we need to network it from the server to the client. So I guess let's start on the server and we'll just work through. I don't think I have any changes that weren't pushed. Yeah, we already made the last one, so. Okay. So let's add it to the monster comp dot. Or this needs to be a comp builder, which I think means it has an add function. Yeah. T resonance chamber timer int dot insert T mode comp dot timer mode up. Current seconds is 0. Max seconds is auto seal delay. Shoot, it's tricky though. I think I do need 2 timers. Well, I'm trying to think of it's always confusing because you have a network component in between and you have like the server, the stuff that you need for the server. You have the network component and you're trying to, and those might not be the same thing. And in this case, they're not really the same thing. Because I kind of need a mode to know which state I'm in, and then I need to count up and then I need to count down. So option B is I make this just a server component and then I just network something minimal, like resonance chamber UI or something like that. That's probably the right approach. Yeah, let's do that, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna make this a server component. I've decided. I mean, I guess I could network it. It would just be bulky. I might just do it still. I don't know. Let's just see what the server component would look like. It would look like this, and then it would look like this. I like this // comment. Looks clear. I have to do this in my projects. Yeah, I do like this as well. It's just a nice little like divider. Because you have little sections of like, this is like the teleport thing. Obviously, I guess I missed one here, but. I don't think this won't be serializable then. If I use a cooldown here. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you like it. The problem is if you don't divide one big file into sections, then it just kind of gets hard to like flip through. But then if you have all of these in their own file, that's just too many files, in my opinion. I might just do this. So we'll just make this serializable and we'll have it's really not that much. It's max mode up. This will tell us what mode we're in, and then we'll have the maximums, and then we'll just have the current timer, which is going to count up and then down. And I think that that's fine. And we'll just network this. That's fine. So up, current sec is 0. And then we have max mode up is going to be auto seal delay dot second. And that's going to be max mode down is going to be challenge duration. I don't see myself ever making these longer than 255 seconds. So. So this will be a component though. And then on the server sys, we'll have, do I have one for resonance chamber? One thing I don't love about client server architectures is I have like a resonance chamber on the client. I've got one in my like config thing. So then when I search just for general, like a fuzzy search for a file name called resonance chamber, I'm just gonna have like 3 options. But whatever. Or I want to do this. Update resonance chamber game server.game ecs.system. Then we'll do a query ecs.query1. Query.mapID func ID ecs.id chamber dot resonance. I built my ECS before Golang had iterators, and I've just never updated it. So I use map functions for every single thing. So we'll do chamber.mode equals comp.timer mode up. Sorry, this is an if statement. Else, we'll do chamber dot current seconds. Oh shoot, I need to have a this needs to be in I can't add seconds here. Well, no, I can, I guess. I just run this system once per second. It's close enough, I think, that it'll be fine. If timer +1 plus equals 1, new cooldown. I'm gonna do a clamp here. Or actually, I might just do this. This will be this plus that. It's gonna be a maximum. Wait, hold on. We're counting up. We want the minimum. I always have to think about this. Max mode up. This one's gonna be a maximum. Because we're subtracting max mode. Oh no, this will be to 0 because we're counting down now. And then if we're in this mode and if chamber.mode equals max mode down. Sorry, time, or it's a comp dot timer mode down. So we'll basically count up once we hit that point, because we're just on integers, so it's going to be exactly equal to it. I'll be a little bit safe here. I hate that delete. Okay. Minimum. What's up, Toasty? How's it going? Yeah, so we'll count up. Once we hit the limit. Once we hit the limit, we'll start counting down. Next frame. And this is gonna run on I'm so tired, I hate my job. Yeah. That sucks. What's going wrong? Has AI taken our jobs yet? I think this actually is correct. I'm trying to think if there's anything here. No, we floor at 0, so it'll be fine. Or not floor, but we... Have you ever wrote Go like Java? No, but I can imagine. I can imagine. I think, I mean, I hate to make super sweeping statements, but I feel like interfaces are just a bad thing. There's like, I feel like there's super few cases where I actually want an interface. Most of the time I just want like a sum type. Like if Go had sum types, there'd probably be like 4 or 5 places where I actually use an interface. But I have to use an interface because there's no sum types. Honestly, I've never used interfaces. Yeah, I mean, people use them to like break up bad package organization and like there's definitely use cases for them. It's just that like they just abstract stuff and it's just hard to make I don't know. I feel like they mess with design sometimes. They like get you out of things that you shouldn't be getting out of. I believe they don't like star package.type. I don't know what that is. Pointer symbol. Oh, wait. So they use an interface because they don't like pointers? But interfaces are just a pointer. That's strange. I've never heard of just not or using interfaces just because make the code file look ugly. Oh, come on. But you don't know what you don't know what the interface is then. Because you see just this and you don't know if it's an interface or a struct. You have to like go there and see, oh, this is a struct. But when something's a pointer, you know it's a pointer. But if something's an interface, if this goes to something that's an interface, it's like, oh, this is a pointer. Like you have to realize by like one step later that it's a pointer. Server sys. This will be in the fixed update, or I guess everything on the server is fixed update. We can just throw it here, I think. Game. And then honestly looking for a new job. What area do you work in now? Also, how is the job market right now? I feel like I hear mixed things. It's really bad, okay. For juniors. Okay, I guess I do hear that a lot. And I'm a junior. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Only by experience. At least you're not like a new grad, right? Or are you a new grad? Okay, we need to network this next. So we have the update system running. Oh, 1 year since you graduated. Okay, so you are pretty new then. I'm gonna put this in bot query. This is maybe too specific. I might rename this to just residence chamber or something. Okay, that is networked now. And then in for this is not going to be a player object. That's player objects. Do you happen to know someone looking for a Go developer or a backend developer? Sorry, I do not. Okay, so we have this. Then on the client, now we'll have the object. And then I think it's in health on the plugin. I have draw boss health bars. System. I need to look for yeah, like I do wave query here and I add a health bar from that. I need to do one for residence chamber as well. Residence chamber. You don't have to be sorry, yeah. Yeah, I do. Residence chamber timer. I'm gonna copy pasta this. Why is this indented extra? Oh, because I pasted it inside of a. All right, buddy. Have a good day. Okay. This is a weird one because it's technically unique in terms of that I wouldn't add to residence chamber monsters in the same area, but you know, is this what does this go to? Oh, this one's for that. If the length. Yeah, I guess this is technically a backup as well. Okay, a lot there. That's why it's indented. Okay, so what we need to do is we have two modes. We need to handle them just like we do for the other one. I'm just gonna call it chamber. I'm gonna go ahead and comment this. I'm trying to think if I want to like hold variables and change them and then have one append. I'm just gonna make one. I'm just gonna make two cases, I think. Yeah, we'll just do this. Chamber dot current seconds max mode up. I don't multiply. This is just out of that. Let me think here. I think the text here is going to be, I mean, I could either, I guess for text wise, I could say like, don't get hit. I might just hold the, I'm going to say starting in for this side. Chamber.current sec minus chamber.max mode up. We'll do color, what is this? Type glitch RGBA. No, I thought I just hopped there. Okay, let me just try to find this plugin. Okay. Sometimes I hop to a I thought I hopped to a definition, but maybe I didn't. And then I try to go back, it takes me back to some other crazy spot. We'll do colors dot, I'm gonna do blue 5, 4. I'm gonna do blue 4. Always show tooltip, yeah, true. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna comment it out. I think it's just for the wave one. I'm just gonna delete it. We'll do colors, or then for this one, I'm gonna say don't get hit or something like, what was the thing? What is the thing Blank said? Oh, he was saying add it as like a entrance note. I might just put in this though. We'll do colors. What's up, Jen? How's it going? Orange 4. do this. Avoid all projectiles starting in that seconds and don't get hit. Okay, let's see if that works. I probably missed something. Timer mode has no... I forgot to add the podcast. Yeah, I want this. This is really only 4 bytes. I guess this is 4 bytes plus 1 for the type, which is 5 bytes. So it's not a lot. Oh. But do 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 do. Sounds about right. If Go had comp time, that would solve. I feel like, man, comp time and subtypes would solve so many problems for me. I don't know. Where do I do this? I must do it like here. I must register this. They should in like com. Yeah. There's just so many places where I have to do stuff like this. Like register some type so that we know how to serialize it, or register some type so we know how to like network serialize it. Do, 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 do. Alright, so we need to make sure the timer shows and that it the timer needs to show and it needs to count up when we enter and then count down when like the challenge starts. I'm curious how wait, what happened? Oh, unknown type placed in union. Oh, I forgot to add it to the networking union. Proto message. So that is for components that I send over the network that need a ID to say what type it is on the line. It just feels like I have lists on lists on lists. I keep saying Go would be perfect with proper unions, enums. Rust is everything I need at the moment. Yeah. Rust is just such a nasty syntax to me. I like the I think the like linear type system is super interesting. The syntax doesn't bother me anymore. Yeah. I just think, I don't know. I guess I really haven't done all that much Rust stuff, but yeah, that's too much text. Starting in 244 seconds. I guess it's wrapping around. I need to cast these to integers. Also, why is this? How'd you hide the top bar? What do you mean? The health bar? I think I forgot to do, this should be down. Oh, Gnome top bar. Yeah, there is a plugin, an extension inside of Gnome called Just Perfection that I use. And that one has like a mode called minimalist mode. You can also do like a custom config too, but it lets you just like toggle all of this stuff. I highly recommend that one. You can also customize like how big these are. You can customize a little bit of like workspace switching stuff and also like animation time and OST stuff. Or not OST, on-screen display, OSD stuff. Like what you want to see. So it works pretty well. One thing I am concerned though is that the timer was so wrong. All right, we need to change this text. Colors dot blue, orange. I hate Gnome, but I also think Gnome is the only sane option. Why don't you like Gnome? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna make it change text. I could flash. I could like flash, avoid all projectiles, and then starting in this many seconds. Let's do that. I like that. If something, we need to do like if. Wait, I am casting. How is this? Oh, it's because of this. How would this ever go negative though? I don't know. I mean, the easiest one is to just do chamber.current sec modulo 2 equals 0. Then it flash once per second. By the way, is Rust a good choice to build a game? Yeah, I think so. I think Rust is a fine language. I think my recommendation for picking a language is pick a language that you like programming in. So like make a small game in it and see if you enjoyed that language, and then if you enjoyed it, then use it. And that's not even showing. I wonder if the hot reload is the reason it's flickering. The time was the reason the time was so wrong. Wait, what changed though? Why isn't it showing anymore? And I feel feels like they keep dragging their feet with respect to Wayland protocol implementations. For example, Discord keybinds only work if you're focused on the X11 window and on Discord itself, and no security context protocol support. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I guess I just don't care about that stuff that much. I'm just not really like hacking my. Like, I just want like a super minimal thing. I want to hit this button and see my windows. I want to like have buttons to switch between my workspaces. I want to alt tab and like have this stuff pop up, you know, and like I want to like see like a few things every once in a while. Depends on your game, I'd say, but I think it's one of the best options if you're not using an engine. Yeah, there's also Bevy, which is a great engine, or like, I don't know if you'd call it a proper engine. It's more like a framework, you know? But it's more all-inclusive than like what a traditional framework would be. So. Want a good setting menu? Sometimes I Google how to change audio device or whatever. Yeah, their setting menu is a little bit bleak, but it is what it is. Do they have a scene editor now? Yeah, Bevy almost made me move over to Rust. They're really, yeah, I feel like they've been building a scene editor for the last like year. not that I'm saying, not that I'm judging, I'm just saying they've been building it for a while, it feels like. Personally, I don't like Bevy, but it's been getting lately, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Why don't you like Bevy? Don't know if you saw that. I was grabbing coffee. But where's the blue bubble from Alavarg? Link was asking in Discord. Do you guys like the shield bubble? Because I was thinking of getting rid of it and moving to just the invulnerability icon that shows above characters. Oh, you do like the bubble? At least for Alavarg. Some of the bigger monsters, it's hard to show it on. I can definitely add it back for him, though. Did I do it for the mini boss as well? I should have copied. Hold on. Status type invulnerable. Oh, of course, I don't have it in my copy buffer. Wait, how did I not copy this? I thought for sure I copied that. All right, copy. The problem is I need to do this. That with. I don't understand how it does that. Why doesn't it go back to the top of my copy buffer? The problem is I have to do it in reverse. I have to copy. All right, I need to copy this one. Then I need to copy this one. Is it annoying with asset loading? Yeah, it's changed to the shield now. It was annoying with asset loading. Mainly, I was just starting out with it, but I also don't like having everything in ECS. Yeah, I do think that it over indexes on that. Like, I'd prefer to have a simpler, like, I understand there's a huge push for ECS, and maybe like in some situations it is like an okay thing, but like representing a graph is just such a pain. Having to like do an ECS lookup for every single ID in your graph is just like if I just want to have like a graph and then have a hook to it for the entity or something, but like for a tile map, I'm not going to put every tile. Just perfection extension is unsupported. I don't know, I use it. I already stole all that stuff. I stole their command buffer idea. I stole their events idea, and I stole their. I guess I don't do 100% what they do because Go doesn't let me do some of the stuff that I would need to. Steal the plugin concept as well. Yeah, I kind of tried to. The problem is I'm not really making a game engine, and I think that that fits more for game engines. Where instead of like the actual game code, you know. But for reusable stuff, it's good to put it in a plugin. But like we talked, remember that time we talked about like organizing your data? It just doesn't bode well for that, and at least in my case. Oh, there's one. There's no timer now though. Why? I'm genuinely trying to think of like what I changed. Like what got changed that prevented this? I casted this and no, this is text. My main wish list is something like Bevy and Go and instant hot reload. Yeah, Go doesn't have very good hot reloading capabilities, unfortunately. Like that's maybe one of the worst languages for that. Thank you, Luna. My cat's pressing my enter button. What changed? I don't know what language would have good hot reload while still being compiled. I feel like there's two things you can do. You either need to pull your data, like if you do something like an ECS, you can just store the data there and then just hot reload your dynamic plugin side. That's what I do for Mythfall. Just the problem is Go doesn't let you reload plugins very easily in their plugin system. So that part's a little bit painful. And then the other alternative for compiled languages in general is I feel like you can just have, like someone should just build a language. This is what I was trying to do with my language, actually. I was trying to build a language that you could interpret as well as run as compiled mode. So it just has like a really fully featured interpreter, and then you can just run your game interpreted and to hot reload specific stuff. Have you seen the tech demo of Human Resource Machine? I maybe saw that. I saw a tech demo for a game that let you like do tons of hot reloadable capability stuff. Now, is that what you're talking about? There's like a video where he's like, and then I can do like this change, and it changes like all this stuff, and I can I think you can like scrub through the game state changing part, right? Yeah, I saw a video like that. I don't know what game it was for though. The thing is not all games are that sort of game though, I think, where like some games are like physicsy games, and I think that would be, I mean, it's not that it's impossible, but like more like turn-based games where it's like you just have one physics update that does something, then I think that that's definitely within the realm of possibility. But it's definitely a cool video. It's been a while since I've seen it, so I don't know if I remember exactly all that happened, but I'm genuinely super baffled here. I don't know what I changed. This seems right. We registered it? Yeah, this is fine. Colors. It's not pretty on either side. I'm just gonna do this. I just want to see if it shows up. It's not showing anymore. What did I change? Thank you, Denny, for the follow. Appreciate it. I wonder if once it reloads, I wonder if it's going to, it'll probably take 20 more seconds, but. Yeah, there's no bar at the top. So strange. Resonance chamber is not equal to nil. That's fine. Man, like this just worked. Let me just double check this. Yeah, we activate it and then we loop through the resonance chambers. We add a second clamping. Yeah, like this stuff was all working. I'm gonna stage that. Does Go have any performance disadvantages for this sort of program? There's a little bit of C-Go overhead when you make calls to C libraries, but it's not a huge one. Maybe for like a bleeding edge game engine, you wouldn't use Go, but for a 2D pixel art game, it's not a big deal. It's just my game's like way more fill rate limited than it's going to be limited by like some transaction overhead to the GPU or to a C library. The garbage collector gets in the way sometimes, which is a little bit annoying, especially in WebAssembly where there's a single thread. So it's got to lock the GC cycle the whole time, but. Would you say the same for 2D tools that use graphics? Everything is a game engine. Wait, what do you mean 2D tools that use graphics? Like drawing tool, like artwork tools? A text editor. Yeah, I mean, that's probably, I don't know how text editors are built, to be honest, but I think you could definitely use Go for a text editor. I mean, Go does like processor work wise, Go is like as fast as any other language. The only thing that Go's gonna lag on is like if you do a lot of like weird allocation type stuff. Like if you gotta allocate like a graph of resources and then use them for a small algorithm and then free it all at the end, Go's not very good for stuff like that. Like that's where you want to be able to manually allocate your graph, do your work, and then free it at the very end of that, you know? And so Go, you're just gonna you're gonna create a bunch of nodes on the GC, and then you're gonna like leak them to the garbage collector. The garbage collector is gonna free them some point in the future. But like the type of freeze you're gonna get on a desktop application, sorry, the type of like the GC runtimes on a desktop application are gonna be very, very small. It's not gonna be enough to lag a frame unless you're leaking like tons and tons. Like you're not gonna drop a frame because of that. You're gonna drop a frame because you've got some, and at least in my case, I don't drop frames from GC on the desktop. I drop frames because I've got some algorithm that takes too long. All right, let's just add a, I feel like there's some, I feel like I'm missing something. Like it's not building or something, I don't know. Yeah, it's not even printing this. That means we're not networking it for some reason. Resonance chamber. It would have panicked if I did network it. So that means it must not be getting added. So that means I need to go to this one, but it's here. But it's here though. Why would this not work? It was just working too. I feel like I changed very little. Oh, I'm so dumb. I know what it is. I have multiple monsters. I just got confused. Like I just happened to roll the right monster that had this component added to it, but the other ones didn't. The other, like, there's multiple, it's weird to call them monsters. There's multiple chambers you can get into. Let's just go through monster. Yeah, we just happened to roll the right one. And that one's already got it. Okay. So it's like, why isn't this showing up? But it's just because it rolled a different chamber type that didn't have it added. Stupid. Okay. Now we can add this back. All right. If you're adding tons of text, it would be good to use Rust because you can manually manage the rope structure. I understand I'm not sure rope would be the best though. Gap buffers are also okay. Yeah, these are data structures I'm not familiar with, so I don't know. I don't know exactly how text editors manage this stuff, but starting in negative 12 seconds. Am I subtracting it oh, I am subtracting it the wrong direction. This needs to flash less frequently. Yeah, I did this in the wrong direction. It's supposed to be the maximum minus the current. That's why I was wrapping around. Okay, we're gonna floor this, or we're gonna do, what is this in? This is an integer. We'll pass it to an int. I'm gonna divide it by 4. And then modulo it by 2, maybe 5. What is it, 20 seconds, I think? We'll do 4. I feel like 5's too long. We'll do 3. So it's gonna flash every 3 seconds. Starting in this many seconds, avoid all projectiles. All right, let's test this out now. I went down a rabbit hole one time about what all projectiles, 14, 13, 12. Okay, let's go find one in the wild, just so the hot reloader's not wiping it midway through. I just want to make sure the timer lines up. I also don't know if I love it flashing. It just looks kind of weird to me, but... Oh yeah, I went down a rabbit hole a little bit about data, about text editors, as if I didn't have enough projects to work on already. I don't remember exactly. I remember there are specific data structures for that text editors use that are high performance, but I don't remember how they worked. I was just getting tired of Emacs. Sometimes I get like fed up with a tool and I'm like, how hard is it to build this? And it always ends up being a lot harder than I thought. This timer's not working. Current max mode down. Flower pattern. So there are 2 patterns designated to each arena, or all random. There's three random rooms. I think I had 4, but I disabled one because it was way too hard. And then then there's 4 different patterns, I think. Yeah, there's 4 different patterns you can get, and any pattern can go to any room. So. There's only an example of a 2D tool. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, in general though, is if you're gonna gain a lot of performance by managing your memory, then you're gonna lose performance by using Go. I was guessing already what pattern would happen. Oh, I see what you're saying. But yeah, I'll get fed up with a tool and I'll think like, man, how hard is it to build this thing? I did that with Grafana and Prometheus. I did it with Emacs. I do it with everything. Every tool is like not exactly what I want it to be. But, you know. Did you build your own Grafana? No. I did not. But I might. No, not. It's not that I don't like Grafana. I don't like the stuff that Grafana uses. Like setting up Loki is a pain. Setting up Prometheus is a pain. And then Grafana is just super slow. Like, I feel like I just want like very basic stuff. I just want one way to send metrics out. And I just want to hook it into my logs. Yeah, I looked into OpenTelemetry. I couldn't figure out like, OpenTelemetry just seems so much. I don't really need like tracing stuff. But it wasn't really clear to me how OpenTelemetry like sent data, if that makes sense. But I guess I didn't look into it that long. Merchants of complexity. Yeah, I think what I would want, I don't even know. I don't even know what I'd want. I don't even know what I want. Yeah, why is this wrong? Down, up. Bum, bum. Oh, I know what it is. There's a bug in the server system. The display is actually correct, but when we transfer to mode down, we actually need to set the timer. We need to set it to, like we're counting up to 20 and then we need to max it out to the countdown timer. In my head though, I thought that like once you just switch the mode, it'll automatically work. Do you work on Mythfall full time? I do, yeah. I mean, I always have like a few little side projects I do too, but like I'll get nerd sniped by something, especially now that there's what's it called? Vibe coding. I'll get nerd sniped on things here and there. But the problem is a lot of the stuff I have to do on Mythfall more recently. Like I've solved a lot of the big problems, I'd say. I've solved a lot of the big problems. So a lot of the problems now are just like game design problems. And there's a little bit of coding that goes with that, but nothing like super complicated. Like I feel like I have pretty good abstractions for most of my topics, I guess. I think these holes are a little bit too hard to see. Unit living in a tent. How do you subsidize yourself? You don't mind me asking? Yeah, I mean, I just, I self-fund myself, I guess. It's funny now it's, wait, why did it go to that? Or did it just count down that it flipped? It's a pretty big tent though. We've long suspected that Unit is a drug dealer. One time I was streaming and I had like a cough and somebody was like, not accusing me, but he was like, you sound like you have weed lung or something like that. So there is theories, I guess. I'd love to go all in on game dev, but I'm so dependent on stable work salary. Yeah, then don't go all in on it then. I worked for a while and I saved my money pretty well, and then the stock market did well as well. So like you have to lean into stuff like that, or you have to get funded by, you have to get like a publisher who's like willing to fund you. So it's got to start as a side hobby, and this one started as a side hobby as well. I think my first like 2 years I worked while working on this. So it's funny, I got the same exact pattern in the same exact room. I forgot to check. I was too busy talking. I forgot to check if this lined up. But yeah, I could imagine if you were low on money, then this would be like way more stressful for me. This is also not the game that I would make, I think. I think I'd be making a way smaller of a game. In fact, I wish I made a smaller game. Actually, that timed out pretty well. Let me find another one. I want to make sure that the first timer works. That's a bad... Oh, it's because of the... What percent of your rainy day fund have you spent while we're doing Mythfall? Sorry, I'm trying to think here. Oh, I forgot to check. Stop distracting me. I went into this thing for one reason. Hold on. I need to do this. This is how bugs get in the game. Every bug. It's because Jin asked me a question when I'm trying to check something. No, you're good. I'm just messing around. Okay, let me just count this one thing. I just want to see it to the top, and then I want to see it change. I wasn't planning on shutting up, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I figured. That's pretty close. All right, let me just get to the end of this. But in terms of like spending, I spend just like living wise, I spend maybe 30K a year or something like that on living expenses and everything all in. Maybe a little bit more if I do like a trip or something. Just depends on the year, I guess. And then, I mean, the stock market's done so well the last 4 years that I don't know if I've lost money technically. That actually timed out perfectly. How does the timer work? Why was the first one 133 or 131? I time it based on when it's created. Or maybe when the first person goes in? Yeah, but is it based off of when the first person enters? I thought it was based off of when it gets created. Let's find another one. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi. Why does it always be 120? Oh, because it waits 20 seconds after the first person enters. So if you enter late, then yeah, that's why. So once somebody enters, then it starts the counter for 20 seconds to close the door. And then this timer is based off how long the dungeon was open for. So 121 is probably the best you could ever do. Unless you were able to join at the same second that, yeah. Me and Bob tried really freaking hard. 120. You have to move to Chicago. Okay, that fixed that bug. Oh. And then we have the health bar. Do I like the flashing? What else would I do? I'm gonna do it every 4 seconds, I think. All right, we need to do one last test. Should I do the shield for the failed apprentice as well? Oh, he already uses the shield. I just need to test the Alavarg shield pop-up. Yeah. Because I've been going through and changing it to invulnerability. They technically do like the same thing. It's just one's a visual status effect and one is one's a visual status effect and one is a, what's it called? One's just a little icon. It's funny, this used to be the Alavarg boss fight. There you go. There's a shield. Do do bum ba dum bum 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 dum dum. I might have to go through this whole fight though, just to make sure. Because the last thing I want is a bug where he gets stuck invulnerable or with a shield. Because that'd be pretty bad. Yeah, these are soulbound now though. So, or they will be. Come then. It's really hard when I have these speed boots on to dodge stuff. Because I just move so far. Okay, so we have a timer now for this. I don't know if I want to call it charging timer. Resident chambers now have a I'm just gonna say now have a timer. All right, there you go. And then prestige, 10 honor still, +1 skill point. Okay, there's that, and then there's that. Okay. Let me just flip through and make sure I didn't leave like a to-do in here. There's the display. Okay. Oops. Add resonance chamber timer. Fix Alavarg shield. Let's try to fix this one. Quest reward items don't come to backpack. You must have empty inventory space. This is a I think it's in like item store. This is where I use an interface for this actually. Actually, I think I can just go to like quest. No, not, or we can look for this, I guess. Because this, or no, this is not a quest item. This is a we'll just look at this one. Give quest rewards. Give items action. Oh, it's in the store package. Yeah, we only check the inventory to try to put it there. I don't have I must have something that I can leverage here. The problem is, I think that, yeah, the problem is this is like just how I organize the code. This package can't depend on the server, and the server is where I have most of the item movement code. Let me just see, where does this call from? Oh, also in the store. But this is a server side only thing for sure. Yeah, server pre-completion action. Dun, 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 This is if you get an unlock, like being able to consume crystals. I mean, I guess I could just update it to use backpack as well. I hate having a lot of code, a lot of different code that does like kind of the same thing. And I know I've got some kind of, like I do a lot of things like this where it's put in inventory, put in backpack, put in equipment. Where's give items? That's at the top. I think I might have done that to do. Function is all or nothing. I mean, technically it's just this that needs to happen. Except I wouldn't make them equip it, I think. It is funny how I let them, I think you can, if you craft something, it'll go straight into your equipment. Let's go ahead and make it this different query. This is going to also get backpacks, the backpack as well. That should fix this. It's kind of a hard test though. I'll have to wipe a quest and then, actually that's not that hard to change. Because I think I can just wipe like the iron bar one. Let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. I don't remember what this type is. Or I don't remember where it is. Item store, okay. All right, so we'll also be able to go to the backpack now. All right, so we have SS2. This is just getting this is memory safe or a memory allocation helper. Backpack. Let me go ahead and throw an error here. I'm not gonna say quest failed because it didn't fail. I'm just gonna say quest. No, it's not a quest thing. This is just a general interface. So it's just gonna be. Okay. I just need to make sure this is all up to snuff. Backpack, clone backpack, okay. But available if the inventory fails, then we put in the backpack. If the backpack fails, we will print and then return false. Then we do the currency, and then we have to do from storage. Backpack. cloned backpack. Okay. All right, let's let me open my database on my other terminal or my other what's it called? Browser thing over here. What is it? Localhost. There we go. I can never remember which character is this character. I think it's dot. Let me just look for user. I think I'm on unit, so it's going to be .1. Oh no, it's up. It is on the user table. Because I have to wipe the quest tracker for, I guess, quest 1. We'll do that one. Okay. So we'll clear that quest and then we'll just do it really quickly. I'm gonna get some like 2 iron bars or something, and then we'll make sure that it goes into our backpack. I need to make some iron bars. Oh, this hot relater gets me every time for that. That's fine. We'll let those cook, and then we'll do. I need a backpack, and I need. I'm gonna go ahead and just like grab a few items. I wonder if I can take from the backpack though. And then we'll do blacksmith's apprentice. Okay, so now the inventory is empty, or full, I mean. So we were able to take it from the backpack, which is good. Okay, cool. Seems like it worked. And let me log out, and then let me check the database, quest tracker, and it finished. Cool. Let me do one more check. Let me go get some. All right, now we're completely full. One thing I don't like about this though is it doesn't tell you like, oh, your inventory's full. Let's also do that too. Let me just double check this really quickly. I'm like pretty sure this is right though. Yeah. Okay. I have a pop-up. I have a system for popping up if there's errors. It's just kind of a hard thing to check because I have to like write a client-side version of this. Of this like server feature, you know? I'm just thinking of alternatives. Like one thing I could do is I could have some message that goes back to the client that just pops up an error. That lets me have this, that lets me make the server like the single authority on this stuff. And I could just send, this could be like a nice general thing to have where like I send back an integer or something that says like, hey, show this error to the player. It's either that or the client checks. Like the client has to run this give item thing, but in like a in like a mode that is like a scratch mode where like it copies everything out, tries it all, but doesn't write it back. It doesn't like apply it, the transaction, which isn't that hard to do. It's convenient when there's only one place that something happens. Let me see. Let me see what I do currently. Because I have one for backpack, or I have one for doing something like putting stuff in the wrong equipment slot, I think. I'm searching for the string. Actually, I think I know. I think I'm kind of remembering now where this happens. I think this happens in Mog inventory. I think I do execute, not consume item. Swap slots. Yeah, here it is. HUD error. So this is all local, I think. I could have a network hookup to this HUD error though. What's up, Roger? How's it going, buddy? You made it. I'm trying to decide how to do this thing. But all we've done today is we added a timer. We fixed a few bugs, and then we made a timer for the residence chamber, so it shows how much time till it starts, and then how much time till it starts, and then how much time till what's it called? Till it ends, like till it's finished. I confused my first chamber, so that should help. Yeah. I think the problem is sometimes I'll build something and I'll work on it so long that like sometimes when you do something a lot, you just think it's super obvious because it's like I've just thought about this so much. It seems so obvious, but I can totally see now like how that would be super confusing. You enter this room and like nothing happens for 20 seconds and then these bullets shoot out and they're bullets that look like the normal bullets, but if you hit one, then you kind of just like teleport back and it's like, wait, what just happened? I was waiting in the middle and it was a flower pattern, so my first chamber was 1 second. Oh yeah. That's another confusing thing. But I think after your first one, you kind of understand that stuff comes out of the middle. I noticed the bullets spawn from the center and quickly you can hit by these initial shots. No, you can't. Well, there's some patterns that shoot from the middle, and those ones can hit you, but the ones that shoot fast, the orbiter ones, those ones cannot hit you. Because they move too fast. They're just trying to get out to the outside. Maybe what I should do though is I should add some kind of sprite to the middle, like a crystal or something like that. That floats. And then it's kind of like, oh, obviously don't stand on the middle thing. I think I'm going to do the networked way. I just think there's going to be some things that I'm eventually going to need this for. And I want to be able to have a unified like HUD warning system. So I'm probably going to make a remote procedure call that just sends over like an integer, like show warning or something. Let me just see how I would hook this up though. Well, this is called from server. Yeah. Yeah, so this would just return. Or how would this work? I'm just trying to think of how it interleaves. Like I don't want it to block the thread. So I'm trying to remember what thread this is on. This is on the, yeah, this is certainly a part of, yeah. This is a client action. So a client says, hey, I want to move to the next thing. And we might want to issue a non-blocking RPC. So I'm just thinking here. It's either that or I make a component. Like I could just throw it as a component, like last error or something like that. Maybe that's better. Then it just comes over into the next message. Like then the player just is gonna have a component that's like, hey, you had an error. What would the RPC way look like though? Then Yeah, then I have to have custom logic to receive it, don't I? Yeah, I'm just gonna wire it through because then it's hooked into, not that it matters, but then it's hooked into the core simulation. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. But I'm gonna first, this one's fixed, this bug's fixed. So let's commit this. Backpack, or no, quest reward items can now go directly to backpack. Okay. We'll have to make another component though. I might just put this in. No, I'm gonna put it in comp, I guess. Type. I'm gonna call it, I don't really want to call it server error. This is the pipe backwards, so the server can send an update. I'm gonna say type, then I'll make a new type error. Type error, type. I'm gonna make it a uint 8. We'll cast it. Oops. Iota. We'll do error type inventory full, which is like probably the most common one. Okay. Let me just think about how this is going to propagate. Let's go ahead and start with networking. I should probably start with triggering it somehow, right? So let's do that. We'll do the one we were just working on, give item, give quest rewards. This is getting executed from something, which is here. If any of these fail, then I kind of need a new function that's going to be like a send client error or something like that. Let me just go ahead and this is the progress story function. These are just all the server functions to do stuff. Just user. I'm gonna put this high up though. Set statuses. I'll put it here. This will have to be a private message as well. So it'll be a private component. Comp.error type. We'll have to have a mapping on the other side that's like, hey, if you're this one, then print this. If you're that one, then print that. Send client error. So I'm just thinking here. Yeah, so we'll just make a client error query. This is going to be comp.client error. I really should just put this in the main. But I don't know. I don't even know if I really need it. The last error. Like I don't need. I might just capture it on the ingress, not put it in a component on the client, and then just send a HUD error on the other side. So we'll just do this for now. I'm gonna say client errors to go. Do this. I can either just directly write this here, but I don't think I really want to do that. I think I prefer, yeah, if it's nil, I'm just gonna return. It's not a case that should happen. Maybe I throw a dev panic in there, I don't know. But actually, the tricky part here is with the RPC way, I have this sort of so I'm just thinking here. The problem is when it's a component, like I send the error, but there's nothing to like clear it. So I'm sending it. But if I have to send the same error twice, then it's going to be it's not going to show the second time because of how the proxy culls messages that are the same. So I either have to throw like a generation ID. Let's just do that. That's probably the easiest thing. Do I like this? Do I like this? It's either this or I can send it every single frame, but then you still don't know. Yeah, you need a generation ID so you can send the same error with a different value. It's just an extra byte. So we'll just bump that. And this uints just wrap around, so it'll be fine. So then over here, we'll send an error for this, which is basically, yeah, if failed, then we'll print, and then we'll do g dot send client error, comp dot client error inv. Is that right? Error type. I'm gonna say client error type. Though I don't know if I really like this because the problem is inside of this function, you don't really know what your error is. You just know it failed. And this is kind of a generic interface. It's like just complete the action. So it's like I can't really map it. Well, I need to pass the ID in as well. So what's this? But I can't really say that this is failing because the inventory is full every single time. So I either need to return like a proper error from here and map it, or I need to do that. Because this could do all sorts of things. I think in this case it only does. Yeah, error propagation is kind of a little bit painful, but I think this is a good enough starting point. We'll just say to do. This is not, and then when I do my review, I'll find this to do. This is not always going to fail because the inventory is full. All right, we'll do that. And then on the networking side, we have a player query 3. Client error. This is just sending it over. And then in the core, we'll have to filter this as well. So this is just this just tells the client that it's just a typical object. Actually, we don't do this. We have to manually handle this one. Let's do the proxy filtering first, though. I think it's in here. Yeah, I have these filter maps to say what should go to where. Remote player, global no component, current player. Sorry, let me just read these. This is the player component filter, which basically lets you mark certain, yes, player private, this is the one I want. It's core, or no, sorry, it's comp. Oh, this is a whole list. Wait, global player component. Oh, this is the one section. Don't send ourselves our own speech. These are some terrible names for these filters. I wonder if I should just rename these. We'll force components to be marked here as always send. Yeah, we always send trade requests. These are like more like event type things. Okay, then on here, we have a switch for custom handlers. On the player specific, I'm just gonna throw it down here next to speech. Client error. And then I'm gonna go back to inventory because I have this. Sorry, I'm just thinking of how I want to do this. Do I put my switch in here? I might put the switch somewhere else. How dare you think? I'll try to stop. The try is to fail, you must succeed. That's what I keep telling myself. What's this thing? Oh, core dot mod gain commands. I'm just gonna make this a function here. I'm gonna say emit t. We're gonna make a function on this. Oops. This doesn't have commands? World? No, wait. This definitely does, doesn't it? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Wait a second. Log game. HUD error is my. Oh, these ones have a function. Oh, that's a good idea. Then I can code those there. Okay. That actually simplifies it because I was thinking of having a switch over here, but it's probably easier to have the switch for text be just so that I might not need this function at all because it's just going to be a one-liner. Whoops, that was the wrong buffer. Nope, wrong buffer again. Core. That's world.cmd. Let's do that. And then we'll do t dot. I'll just call it HUD warning. HUD error. Oh, these ones I just baked the string into it. That's fine. So we need to put this on this function. This is going to return a string. And we'll do a switch, c.type, case client error type none. Actually, I'm going to handle them all. I'm going to put a default dev.panic. Percent, the decimal. We can get rid of that. And then we'll do c.type. That'll return a blank one. And then we'll return I guess I never really want to omit this. I don't know. We'll do that. We'll just have that inventory full. Yeah, so on the other side of this though, I'm gonna make this a little bit more complicated and just say, if it's not blank, then we'll omit the event. Okay. And it's pretty handled though. So let's regenerate the code and then run it. And then we'll do a test. Which actually, I think I need to wipe the quest tracker. Or no, I didn't finish the quest, I guess. Unless I did and I didn't refresh. Yeah, I didn't finish it because the inventory was full. It's just the error wasn't popping up. So now we'll make sure that the error is showing correctly. We'll see how it does. Dun, 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 dun. Because I think we already have the count set up to have like a full inventory and backpack, and then the quest is about to be finished. Like we're at the check-in point. Comp.error type. Oh, it's client error type. That's right. I renamed it because it was too generic sounding. We do still have that to do, which is here. I mean, I hesitate, but I could have this execute function return back. Just return back this value. But I don't know. I think the problem is I think I use this type for several things. I think I use that interface for several things. All right, we had some kind of failure here. Oh, I just saw a lot of, Maybe there wasn't an issue. Maybe it just, No, there appears to be some kind of problem. It might be in the proxy. Let me look at the proxy logs. Tail-f-in 100 cmd build proxy log unknown. Oh, I know what it is now. I'm surprised this error didn't show up on the server. Maybe it did. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. Or I see now why it didn't show up. I see Emacs I follow. Thank you, Mang, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I have been using Emacs for a while now. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I feel like I don't use most of the features in Emacs, and I wish it was a little bit faster and less bloated, but you know, what can you do? I feel like I wish that about a lot of stuff, so. All right, proto message. We need to add this component, this new HUD error, or not HUD error, it's called client error. I kind of wish someone would rebuild Emacs, if that makes sense. But kind of like how there's Vim rewrites. Like there's like NeoVim and there's Helix and there's, what's the other one called? But people don't do that for Emacs for some reason. I think just because there's less people that use Emacs. Okay, we needed to, oh yeah, we want to check it on the quest and then, so we accept and we should see a HUD error pop up. All right, we do not see a HUD error. That's the standard Emacs experience, I feel, yeah. Also there's quick Emacs, what's that? Is it like Doom Emacs or something where it just has packages preset up for you? Yeah, it's weird it's not showing. I guess I can add a printout or something to see if the client's receiving the message at all. Server game. Oh, I forgot to add this. That's what it is. I forgot to add this component. I wanted to make sure that the entity that we're emitting this for had the component already because I only want to send it for players. So we need to go to spawn player, and we just need to add this component. Okay, that should fix it, I think. So the component wasn't there, so it's hitting this return, I think. Oh, I also forgot to add on the receive side. Oh no, do I need to do that? Because it'll get filtered if it's the same. Yeah, so we'll get an event. It'll be like more an event than a... Oh wait, can I skip that field then? No, I can't skip it because the proxy needs to know about it. The generation field, I mean. Inventory full, all right, cool. All right, now we can make this a proper man, how am I gonna do this? I'm just thinking of how this is gonna scale. Because I don't want to network a full string. That would be the most flexible though. I wonder if there's a way I could just like memoize it. But the problem is this code. Or not memoize it, what's the word? Like convert it to an integer. I guess that'd be pretty easy to do. Just do that in comp. I would just do like I would just have this pass a string and it would look it up in some table. And I'd have these all, like this would just be a string. But when it gets converted to this, it would be a, it would just convert it to an integer. No, because then, I guess if I did them in order, it'd be deterministic. But whatever. I'm thinking too hard about this. The problem is I want to say something. I think the thing I want to say here is like, inventory full is not is like too generic, I feel like. I almost want to have two things I send. I want to send like could not complete quest, inventory full. So I wonder if I do something like this and piece them together. Oh, that's what I should put. You don't have space for that. Oh. Nerd. I like that a lot better. It's still not wired up on, or I mean it is kind of, but we're doing it for all of these server complete actions, which I don't even know if we do anything but send quest rewards. So right now it has to be, you do not have space for that because that's the only way it would fail. However, also, I'm curious, did you guys think when you did the crystal quest, did it make sense that now you could consume crystals and before you weren't allowed to? Or was that confusing? Because what I was thinking of doing as well was in the quest reward, also showing the unlock that you get. So it'd show an unlock that says like, now you can consume crystals when you hover over it. I just don't know if people would hover over it. I don't know. I just don't know. It's a good idea. I didn't fully complete the quest yet, so I don't have an opinion besides that. Yeah. Because right now when you click it, it shows, I think you get or you get a crystal and you get like 4 honor or something like that. What I was thinking is I could also do like have another box that shows like an unlock. I just don't know what I would show in there, you know? Or I could have a text block too. It's also, then I need a tooltip thing for it. Just a lot of pain for making it a symbol. Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. Don't have space for that. I think that's obvious enough. I don't love this pop-up, but you know. I'm trying to think of a movement I can do. Yeah, okay. Slack can only store pets. Slack can only store helmets. Rings. I can always clean this up too in the future. I think it's good enough for now though. It's funny, this one says Slack can't store resources. This one says Slack can only store pets. Okay. Then if I do I have something soulbound of this? This should show an error as well. I don't know what the error would be here though. But shouldn't it drop in a soulbound chest? Yeah, the problem is the client is saying to the server, hey, I want to put this item in this bag. So I'm just thinking, okay. So it should be an execute swap. We must return some kind of, oh, inner. So it would be this one, blocking soulbound transfer. Client should never see this error. Oh, HUD error. I think when you do that in Roman, I got it. A new soulbound bag. Uh-oh. Or hold on, let me go inner. I think I had this one enabled before, but I think it was showing up too frequently, and I don't remember why. Shoot. Inventory. Oh, it's just not a HUD error, I guess. Let me I just want to see what the error pops up is. I just have to make that string the right error type and then it'll print. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I guess I could just have it understand that it's a soulbound item and what the person probably wanted to do was drop it to a different bag. Man, this build. I'm trying to think of what I changed. Or where I changed. I changed it in Mog. There we go. Let me just drop this. I just remember it was happening. Yeah, why would the error show up there? Like, I think it would even happen when I tried to put it in my chest or something. Cannot transfer soulbound items. Why would it show an error? Like, why would it show an error but still work? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I understand this note now. It's like, how could you possibly show this? Show yourself taking a soulbound item out of a bag, because you never see a soulbound bag. The problem is this error only gets returned in 2 cases. Oh, actually, I think I know why it's happening. On the client, because this code gets run on the client and the server, and on the client, I think the data isn't there. Item store. Like the ID of the bag, like the bag isn't sent if it's somebody else's. So if you see a soulbound bag, it has to be your bag from the client's perspective. So in the networking side, it's like, then why send the soulbound data over? So that's why this fails, I think. So it always thinks there's a soul change happening. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to change this code though. All right, I'm just gonna make it so that's not a HUD error anymore. I think what I'll probably do is what you suggested, which is just have it. I was confused on why this was a issue. Okay. Oh, this is in the DB package. That's why I had to rebuild everything. Everything depends on this package. Let me just start the build while I review this code. Okay, you don't have space for that. Oh, that built really fast. I guess I had a cached copy because it was just an undo. All right, new component. The new HUD error. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Send to error. This one was a to-do, but I think I'm just gonna leave it for now because we only have really one. I don't really envision any quests doing anything other than this. Stage, client error. Yeah, this is just the networking side, and then this is the bundling, okay. Send error if player completes quest, but has full backpack. Or full inventory, whatever. Okay. All right, that one's done now. Or did I add that to my patch notes yet? Resident chambers have a timer at the top. Oh yeah, we need to add it to the fixes side. Quest rewards can now go directly to player backpacks if inventory is full. Let me move that to my done list. Okay, let's see here. Oh, there's also a note I remember that was resident chambers are too dark. I guess I could just bump that really quickly. Here. We have a color, ambient color, and we'll just bump it to like 80. It's a little bit brighter. I'll just delete that. This is such a small change. So, there we go. Give it a push. This one I need to actually add like sprites. I need to draw stuff for that. I'm gonna put this in the minor tasks list. Okay. Yeah, so next up, I think. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff. Yeah, so the big things I guess I have next are Crystalmancer Questline Part 2, which needs to happen. That I need to make that's kind of a more substantial thing. I guess I could migrate over the current myth board though. That might happen this patch. I might try to do that one. I don't really know what the quest is going to be though yet. But it needs to be harder than the original one, so I guess it's got to be something substantial. So like maybe doing some dungeon. You have to do some dungeon because now I have the ability to drop quest items for completing a dungeon. So I can drop like a special quest roll if you're on some specific quest, which is cool. That's what I do for the Resonance Chamber one. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. Oh yeah, Roger told me not to think. Obviously, I need to do this. I need to redo the skill tree. But I feel like I do kind of feel like I need to play a bunch before I start doing balanced stuff. Yes, good, yes. Stop thinking. Start doing. Yeah, this was the quest. I guess we're kind of, this is getting better. Skill tree, onionize skills. I need to do a special like keystone skills as well. But now there's ability to get, now prestiging will get you extra skill points. You'll be able to get a little bit further. Then also have the banking versus house debacle. So I think for the housing, what I think I'm gonna do is this: merge the bank with house storage. Just make it one block that holds everything. And then I'll make it upgradable somehow. Maybe questing, or maybe, I don't know. Is it retroactive for people that already prestige? Yeah, so if you have like 4 prestiges, you can get a maximum of 4 bonus skill points for 4 prestiges. So if you've prestige twice, you'll have 2. But the number's already tracked, so it's just, it'll just see what number you have. Yeah, you're good, don't worry. I got you. Do 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 ba-na-na-na-na. Maybe I could do this. I wonder how hard this would be. I just think the quality of life of crafting stuff is really bad right now because of chests. But for this problem, I'm just not sure how the player unlocks it. So basically this would be, let's just walk through what this would require. Oops. Remove all chests other than the special ones. And then we'll have craft special banker chest. Quest line? Banker quest line? That could be kind of cool. And then I also need to update tutorial quest, which has you craft a chest. Instead, you craft a sword or something, or maybe just place. I feel like that little section of that quest is a little bit confusing because he like gives you a crafting workbench, and then you place it and you talk to him again and he gives you wood, and then he has you craft something again, and then you talk to him again, and then so maybe I just say he gives you the workbench, you place it, and then like he's like, all right, here's some wood, and then you can craft something if you want and you're done. Maybe. But right now he has you craft the chest, which is like tries to introduce you to how to store stuff. But I think if I add a banker quest line, then you like see that on your map, and it's, you understand there's a bank, or no, would you see? I guess you'd see it right away. I guess this would make sense, wouldn't it? I think it kind of works. It is kind of a big change though, so I want to think about it, I think I want to think about it. Let's fix this bug. This is where sound effects aren't really like prioritized at all, but I think when players swing their sword, it should always play, because when monsters shoot bullets, sometimes it won't play one, just because some of the attacks are too many. So they get dropped. This is one of the this is AI generated code right here. It calculates the volume fall off based off of distance. So I chat GPT'd it. I was like, I don't know. I don't really want to think right now. Okay, audio event. We just need to add a priority here. Because what I do, I think I say like, what do I say? How's put AI disclaimer on your Steam page? Yeah. Oh boy. I guess there was some I know there was some, what's it called? There was some like or there was some time when you weren't allowed to make AI games, or maybe they just didn't want AI slop or something games, but I think they softened. Wait, don't I have a Oh yeah, this is what I do. If we're playing 5 sources at once, then I break. So should I break here? No, we won't want to. We don't want to break because we want to make sure we play higher priority ones. So we'll have to do this. What we're gonna do is this. We're gonna say we're gonna have a priority mode for these audio events, and the audio event type is this one. If true, then always play. Okay. If event dot high priority, or sorry, if it's not high priority, then we'll cull it if we've hit our max sources, which is set to 10 right now. And then cool. And then we have places we emit these. Emit audio event. Oh wait, hold on. What do we do here? What is this for? That's the dash. Why doesn't this go through emit audio event function? Sometimes I swear, I swear sometimes Emacs like changes the default buffer when where it's gonna open something just to like spite me. Like I wanted to change this one. I don't know how to get it to do that. Okay, let's just do this. I'll do that, and we'll go back. Mid audio event. All right, perfect. Oh, I guess I passed them individually here. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, so we can go, oh, it still didn't go there. Dang. We'll just go here. A gt.pause, sfx.sound effect dash, and then true for high priority. All right. Now it all goes through this. True, because that's player. False, if it's not. If it was a heal, true. Yeah, that's player heal. And then we have, oh, this is player dash. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, if ID is player ID, okay. No, we're filtering on local player, which means we are the player, okay. This is not high priority. Like I'm willing to drop those ones. That's local player, so I'm not willing to drop it. Not local player, so I'm not willing to drop it. This is what? Okay. Let's build this, make sure it builds. But it's mostly just adding this high priority field. So pretty simple. So one's bot attacks. That's fine. This one's dash. We only hinder player dash too. Yeah, so for player ID true, else false, and then this one checks player ID as well. All right, good. Let me just double check this logic. Okay, if we're not high priority, then we filter. If we are high priority, we will always go to the next one. There's not really a good way to test this, but. So I'll just assume it works. I'm dropping an AI disclaimer on all my papers that I use for error correction. It's correcting my empty papers. Unbelievable. AI these days, taking our jobs. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think it's time for me to eat now. But, so that's gonna be the end of the stream, everybody. But thank you all for stopping in. It was a good time. Got a good amount done. Pass college with this one simple tip. Just tell your professors that you used AI. You're being truthful, so they will let it slide. Maybe ask an AI if you should tell your professor and see what it tells you to say. Surely. But yeah, I need to go eat lunch. But yeah, thanks for everyone for stopping in. And have a good rest of your day, and I will see you next time. All right, see you guys. Bye.